Right, so we've had a few gremlins there. We restarted the stream and managed to get the microphone working. We needed our IT man in the commentary box, but unfortunately he's playing at the moment. But we've managed to sort it. Burgess has just gone into a 3-1 lead. Damien Mills had a chance, but unfortunately he just left himself the wrong angle on his second to last red, which meant that he couldn't get on his last red comfortably. Ended up snooking himself, give Burgess a chance, and he's managed to take it out. So that's 3-1 to Burge. Looking like we've got Damien Mills to break next. He's going to want a decent break here, and hopefully he gets himself a decent opportunity to half his deficit here to 3-2. Let's see what he can come up with here. Get a nice clean flush break on these. He's got the white. I was going to say he's got the white ball quite far back there. It means that he can't really get much power through the white, but he's hit them all right. I didn't control the white ball too well, but he's got a decent split. It's quite close to the left top pocket there, but he'll be looking at these reds, I think. And that's the way forward for me. Just needs to get the white ball somewhere along the line of near the black for the red down the right hand side cushion. That's just his sort of only tricky ball really. He's left that a little bit thin now. He might have to take this one at the bottom, come up. He's got a decent natural angle there to just float up past the red and cannon the yellow on this right hand side cushion. If he does that, he's in a good position. But I think he was playing on the one in the middle to track down towards these 3 reds, but he's going to have a little bit of a reroute here. I think if he carries on with the middle, he's trusting to luck because he's running into traffic. So bottom right for me, come round, try and just a trace of left hand side on it for me. You come round and try and hit this yellow on the right hand side cushion. If he hits that yellow, he's going to be perfect, but he's not. He's trusting to a little bit of luck here for me because he can't control the white properly. He's done well. He's found a good gap there. That's a better shot than it looked, to be fair. Give him credit. Wouldn't have been the way I'd have gone, but we all see things differently. So now he's in a good position. This was his only real tricky ball really, so just needs to kill the white I think and try and land just off straight for the one to the corner, and then he can stun up through the gap for the 2 yellows. The red might go in the middle as well, but I think I would play the one over the left corner next, come up through the gap. Yeah, that's good. So now it's just a little delicate sort of screw shot, just get the white to bite, come up through the gap. Just what you don't want to do here is over screw it, but you don't really want to underdo it, so it just needs a good shot up towards the line of the middle pocket will do him. That's just about okay. You can just bump the yellow here in and have a straightish black to the left centre. That'll do him. A little bit near the cushion, but it's not really an issue. Just trying to find problems where there isn't any really. So just keep nice and still on this. Just elevate the butt of the cue slightly so you're just hitting a little bit more of the white. Ooh, it's just scraped in off the near jaw, but he's got there. So he has reduced his lead, his deficit even. So he's reduced it to the 1. Nice clearance in the end. A little bit out of position, but he recovered it well. So let's see if Burgess can reply. He's good curious is Burgess. He's come on a lot in the last few years. I've played him a few times recently, and he seems to do well against me all the time. So he keeps running deep in these tournaments. Let's see what break he can come up with here. Yeah, nice solid connection there. Not an absolute massive explosion, but he's made a ball and he controlled the white nice. I like that. So it's a nice spread as well. I think he'll be taking yellows here possibly. Oh, he could take reds. Yeah, maybe reds. There's an argument for both. Just the yellow on the side cushion really. I said yellows because it's got quite an easy start on yellows, but if he takes reds, he's got probably going to have to take a plant first shot, so he might play a preference really. Depends which way he wants to go. He could take the plant, he might even be able to run off the side cushion and play the red over the pocket off the yellow, but that doesn't really give him any sort of decent position the way he'd have to play it, so you might see him take the plant here. Looks like he's lining it up. It's a big first shot and he's taking this because of the yellow on the side cushion, so yeah, he's a little bit unsure about it, but you've got to fully commit to this. Yeah, he's played it well, but he's lost to the other red, so now he's got an issue. It's all of his own making, but he's got a red that he can use to flick off the yellow. There's a red just to the left of the black spot that he can use now. I think he's got to play it now. No, he's not playing it. He should be playing it. It's the correct shot to play because he can screw up the table and leave himself an option of 2. He's going the wrong way for me here. Yeah. And now he's got problems. So now he's going to chop this in. The thing is, if he wants to screw into this, he's got to play it quite delicately because he needs the white to react off the object ball. If he hits it hard, well, he's playing this one. He's just digging a hole himself here, I think. Yeah, he's going to need a lot of luck getting out now. And again, it's the same sort of shot. The corner pocket plays big here for the white. He's going to have to pump this in firm, stun it hard, and just hope for a bit of luck here. Needed to get a bit more movement on that for me. He was always trusting to luck, but he can come off the side cushion, and if he can get it over the pocket, it keeps him in the frame somewhat. So he doesn't really want this in because he can't really get out onto the black. So I don't know. When I was looking, I don't know what he's doing here. This is balmy. The craziness. He needs to give himself some sort of safety net in the frame, and getting the pocket keeps him in the frame, but leaving the red in the middle of the bottom cushion just gives Damien so much more comfort in the frame. Gives him so many more options, because if he's got a red over the pocket, Damien's got to be really careful about what he does, but leaving it there is it's a nothing shot really. So he needed to come across the table off the right hand side cushion, hit the red, get it over the bottom left corner, and just sort of say, well, you know, you've got to take them now, and I've got that pocket there with a couple of yellows near it. But he's left himself here. Damien, you know, he's got a couple of options that he can play. He can play this one sort of dead weight-ish. If it goes in, he can go game. If not, he's not really leaving Danny anything. He'll probably leave him a shot of the red, but well, he's just played the snooker. And I think he can just clip the edge of this, but again, he can't do much with it. He can't really do anything with it, so Damien just waiting for a better chance really there. Yeah, he can't do anything with it, so Danny's just basically just waiting to be beat at the moment in this frame. Just hoping for a mistake really, more than anything. He's just leaving distance on the white. Leaving the white at the top end of the table and saying, well, you know, that's all I can do. I'll just see what you can come up with now. So Damien might go for this pot. If he does, he misses it, he could leave some sort of cross double maybe, but he might even play another snooker. Yeah, he's gone for it. To be fair, he's got very, very lucky there. A little bit wider on that white ball when he could have flicked that red out, left Danny a chance, but as it stands, Danny's still in a world of pain. I think he's got a, yeah, he's come off the top cushion with side, trying to check this through the gap. And he's hit it well enough. So, now they're just all in the open now. It's all about good position here. I think he takes the one over the bottom right corner first, just drifts past this yellow, back into the same pocket, and then he just really wants to stun up through the gap, get rid of that yellow on the right hand side. It's not an hard ball, but it's your hardest ball of the four that will be remaining. But in these situations, you do want to get rid of your trickiest balls as early as you can, really. So just top this through on and off the top cushion, up through the gap. Well, okay, alright. I don't mind that. Thought he had a little bit more angle than that, but that's not bad. So we can trundle this up now and then take the one on the right, one in the middle of the table, and then up to the top. That's good. And he just wants to get his white ball off the side cushion here. So it's just a little stun shot, and he just needs to stun it off the rail slightly. Doesn't want to be on the cushion with this. We'll stun it on and off the cushion. Oh, and he's missed the pot. Wow, he's overhit that by an absolute mile. This is the type of shot that Burgess is good at. He's a decent cueist, nice and smooth. Just needs to concentrate on the pot here. Come twice across, white back to the middle of the table. Oh. Well, shows what I know. A little bit thicker than what I thought, but anyway. Same result, and Damien will rue that missed chance there. Should have really had them from the position he was in. Good player is Damien, so that's when you get the balls open as they were then, not taking them out is a cardinal sin, really. So, especially when you've not got any balls on cushions or any obstacles anywhere, it's for Damien that's a poor one, really. So needs to forget about that now. Put another decent break together here. Try and get back within one again. Let's see how he can hit these. I'm not sure if he breaks with his playing tip. I play with quite a small tip, me. Mine's probably about a 7mm. I think Damien plays with probably 6.5, maybe 6. It's very, very thin, and yeah, he does break with it. So that's you can see how thin it is there on the screen. But he's got a decent split, but he's not got anything down. He's hit them well, really. So Burgess has got a chance to extend his lead, and it's a glorious opportunity, really. I think yellows will have to be the ball, so it's a big first shot, really. It's got to be the yellow next to the black, nice and straight on that. I mean, he could take reds, but it requires a cannon. It requires moving a ball, and I'm not. Yeah. Oh, if you can get through to this, that's a bonus. You can. That's a bonus. Oh, Danny. Deary, deary me. And that's what I mean about it. Cannoning balls, you just don't really, you know, if you're not careful, anything can happen. If you're not mindful of your work. If he's on this, he's had a right touch. He's checking and double checking. It looks thin to me. It looks like he's going to hit near draw with this. He might have to. I don't even think he can bend it. So he's taking the one next to the red. Trying to pot this down past the red. Big shot. And he's just squeaked it in through the back door, as they say. And he's off and running again, but it's not ideal. But he has a nice angle just to pot this one top right that he's closest to, and he can just miss the red, miss the jaws of the pocket, and come down. But it's all about the pace really, because he's going to be tracking towards the black area. So I think he has to play it, and the harder he hits it, is he looking at screwing it from that position? And he's looking at playing this one first. Again, I don't mind it because he'll get the pocket if he don't get it, but he's not in full control of what's going to happen. Oh, he's managed to miss it. Yeah, he's just making things up as he goes along here, and that's all down to that cannoning of the very first shot. Just running out of position, and just everything starts to snowball from there. So he's got a big shot to play now. I think the only one he can pot is this one on the right hand side cushion, bridging over the red, which he is. Tough shot. He'll be on a ball if he gets it. He'll be on a couple, but needs to go in this, and he's nailed it. It's a great shot like that. So he's back in good position now. He's just a little bit off angle on every ball really, but I think he can play the one below the black here. And I think if he's not straight enough on this one to the top, it's sort of, I think he needs to play this one below the black and either run round off two or like a delicate screw around the back of the red back out to the middle of the table. But he's playing this one. If he can hold it straight and screw back, it's alright, but and he's just nipped it. It's a good shot that. It's a little bit fiddly to see from here. So he's in a good position now. You just pot this one, run off the side cushion, back out towards the red. Don't want to run past it. Oh, Daniel. Oh dear. I don't know if he's aimed for the red there and just overdone it, but in that position there, you've got to make sure that you leave it short. You can't afford to overdo it. You have to make sure that you know you can afford to be 6 inches short and still have a shot, and you can play a screw shot off one cushion or whatever, but you can't afford to overdo it. So chance for Damien by looks of things if he doesn't pot this. I expect him to go quite close to this. He's got to hit this sort of quarter ball, and he'll push the black on towards the middle if he can get it. So, you know, what tends to happen here is you hit it a bit thick because you're aiming quarter ball, but then you seem to hit it. Oh, he's unlucky there. He's committed to it fully, and obviously he's hit it a little bit thin, but generally what you see players do there is hit it thick and it runs to the side rail because they're scared of actually missing the ball completely. So it was a bold effort that by Dan, but it's given another chance to Damien. And yeah, he was in a similar position in the frame before, so needs to make sure he gets these now. Burgess is giving him another opportunity, another open layout really. Right, his first shot's not ideal, but yeah, I mean he should be playing the one in the middle for me. If he plays the ball in the middle, he can get over to this red on the bottom rail, and then he takes his work up to the 5 at the top. But he's playing it cautious. I mean, I understand it to an extent. He's going to nip this one and run across. I get it. But does that tell me that Damien's not feeling too confident? Possibly. I mean, it wasn't a tricky shot to the middle, and it was a natural angle to come down for this red along the rail. And then they were all there really, so he's give Burgess a free go at this. It's a little bit tricky because he'd like to play the double to the top right, but he's going to go in off, so I think he's hitting the jaws. Oh, that's just mental. What's he playing there? No, I can't believe that, but so it is what it is. So if them two reds at the top are a plan, I mean Damien's looking at this yellow. You know, for me, a confident player would just move this red out into the, you know, yeah, this is the right shot for me. and then get up and get on that plant as early as possible. Just sort that issue out next for me. Get that over the pocket. Yeah, that's fine. And now, yeah, you probably have to play the one to the left now and then play the plant. You know, because when you're playing the plant, that the red is hitting first. Could run to the top cushion if it's slightly offset, and then you've got a bit of an issue. But he's got a good angle here now. Should be playing the plant next for me. Well, you've got more balls on the table, more options in case anything goes wrong. So you might have to hit this firm. Yeah, he's played that well. Yeah, that's good. So, barring any more errors like we've seen in the last one, you should cut the deficit once again. Be interested to see how he goes about this. I mean, the black's far enough away from the side cushion to make it easily accessible to the middle, so there's no issues here really. And he's got a nice angle here just to drift down. Any sort of angle will do him. Doesn't really matter where he lands with this, because if red's that close to the pocket, he can manufacture sort of any angle. So just a little nip off the bottom cushion here, just float it out, leave it pretty much where it is now. Yep, and that'll be 4-3. You're back in it. So here we go, Burgess with another break. Let's see if he can hit him as well as he did last time. Had nice control on the white, got a good split. Yeah, controlled it well. He got a little bit of top on it. I mean, what he's trying to do is he's just trying to get a little bit of top on, so when the white rebounds off the pack, he just sort of puts the brakes on and stops in the middle of the table. So he's just aiming a little bit high on it. I mean, I'm being hypercritical because it is a good break, don't get me wrong. He's got the white in the middle of the table, but he's just losing a little bit of power because he's just putting a little bit of extra top on the white, which is pushing it through, which means he's not quite hitting the break flush. So it might be something for him to work on in the future. But he's got a good split here, so just drop this one in. He might leave himself hampered, but he's not got much to do with the next shot. Yeah, that's in nicely. So he'll just have to drop this in, and he'll have to just cut the one back to the left centre next. And if the red passes the two yellows to the top right, could be good. But it all depends whether he can hold. And I don't think he can. I think he's going to run behind the yellow, so he'd probably have to play the red to the right, the left middle next, which means that he's got to play just a little bit of a positional shot. If he could have held it where the red is, he could have dropped the red in the top right, and then he would have had the red over the... Yeah, so he's come round. That's a good shot. Yeah, a bit deceiving for me on these angles, but it's the same difference. So it's a good shot from Burgess there. Just top this through slightly, 3 or 4 inches. That's lovely. He's took these well. Played them very nicely indeed. There wasn't much to do with them because it was a good break. But you still got to get them while they're there. And, you know, we all know that any slight bad positional shot can make you look silly, and it's easy to run out of position very, very quickly. So he's took them well there, and he keeps leaving this 2-frame gap between Damien, and it's hard to pull back. You know, he keeps getting the dishes. If you're not getting chances off your opponent's break, it's hard to close the gap. Well, you're never going to, because they just keep dishing up on you. So he needs a little bit of help from Burgess at the moment, and he's not getting it. So he needs a big reply here now. It's been a good standard, to be fair. From what I've seen, they've both played pretty well. I just think Damien just needs to just hit these a bit more flusher. He's just losing the white a little bit. It's just not. I'm being critical, like I say, but it's so important to get that whiteboard to crunch that front ball flush. So if you lose it off to the side, see, that's his worst break of the day. He's potted 3 balls, which is crazy, really. Crazy that you can break like that and pot 3 balls, but that's the way it is. But they're not no gimmies these, even with a free shot on one visit. Still work to be done here. So you've got 2 problem areas really. You've got the bunch of balls in the middle of the table, and you've got the 3 on the side cushion that need a little bit of, you know, if you're going to go yellows, and you've got to sort that out. I mean, he could hit the red and screw over into the red on the side cushion and see what happens. Well, so he's going to go yellows for me now. You're going to have to drop this one in the middle pocket, and then play the yellow down the rail next between the 2 reds, and try and get himself out of that spot. I think he might. Yeah, I think he's just on it. So this requires a very, very good shot now. I think he's got to play it, because it's a tough shot, because it's sort of touching the cushion, but he's got to manipulate the white to get the white back out past the red. Can't afford. I mean, he could flick the red, but it could go in front of the yellow, so he needs to get out past the red. It's a tough shot. Yeah, it was tricky, that. It was a tricky shot. So Damien's got a great chance now. So, I mean, for me now, Damien could. Depends whether the red goes next to the black. I think he's certainly got to bring the red out off the side cushion at the top left, which he's going to do. Probably try and get on the red on the right hand side cushion and play that down to the bottom right corner next. And if that goes, so you just try and flick this over the middle, get the white near the middle pocket, and then he can play the next one down the cushion. Okay. Well, alright, so he's going, yeah, he can play it like this, but it's not a bad option. Yeah, so he's got this out, so all his attention now will turn to the red next to the black. I think if he gets in the right spot, I think the red will go, whether that be with a tracer side or straight in. So it will go to the bottom right. Failing that, he can get on it to the top left, but that'll probably be his last resort for that one. So just needs to be mindful of his work now, which way he wants to go. He's just coming around to check now to see if this red goes past the black. And like I say, I think it will go if you get the right angle on it. It's just one of them you might have to manipulate with a tracer side to throw it into the pocket maybe. But whilst he's still got this red at the bottom left corner pocket, that shouldn't really be an issue if he's got to play it with side, because he can just trundle through and be on that one. So yeah, this shot will dictate whether or not, well, that sort of tells me that maybe it doesn't go. Oh no. Some poor misses here from Damien, but he's got away with this. He's blocked off the yellow with a red. so he's sort of kept himself in it. Burgess is sort of limited in what he can do here. He can only really play this yellow on the side cushion because he can't afford to move the yellow next to the red and black, because that would just open the frame up completely for Damien, so he has to play this. There's not really much he can do. He's just opened the frame up anyway. And he's got a little bit lucky there with where that's landed. But if Damien's any sort of pool player, he should be wedged in behind this red now. Flick off the red, back off the cushion, in behind, touching ball, ask the question. Nearly pops out. Nearly pops out there. These tables are quite quick, so it can catch you out, but they've had enough table time on them now to be sort of in tune with how the tables play. But Burgess has got to find a shot here and try and not leave Damien a good opportunity, because all these balls go if you get good on them. I don't know what he's tried here. And that just screams to me that you're not fully in control of what you're doing. Why is he just playing that? He's nowhere near. Well, that's something for you to work on, Burge, when you look back on this. You need to take your time. There's no shot clock, pal, so you need to be getting a little bit closer to balls than that. Damien with another opportunity. He's just gone a little bit fiddly here. It's a big shot if he takes this one up the rail next, because he'll be leaving something on if he was to miss it. I think he's on the red next to the other red with the two together, the left hand side one. I think he can just get through to that. If he can, he might have to play it and come back to that, but I think he's a little bit wary about playing it because of the position of the other red, but it is accessible. So this is a big shot for Damien here. Could be leaving Dan in here if he misses this. He's managed to get it, but he's out of position again. So sort of getting away for Damien here. He can cut this back into the left court, into the left middle. But whether or not he's hitting the yellow, I think he probably maybe just. So he's going to cut this one back, try and get the pocket if he misses it, which he has done. So Burge has got a chance here. It's not ideal, but it's better than losing the frame. So he's not got an angle to the one to the bottom left to do anything with this yellow that's in the bottom right. So for me, he's probably either got to play the top left and then stun down past the black to play the skill shot with the yellow that's on near the black spot and play the yellow past the other yellow, or he literally stuns the yellow in that's on the black spot and leaves a long yellow to the top left and screws down for short position for the last yellow, which is down there, which is a very difficult shot indeed. I'm all an advocate for guaranteeing yourself a shot. So if he does play it and he wants to play position, he's got to back himself and sort of just leave the correct angle to just play a long screw shot. But he's sort of undecided on what he's going to do. I don't mind playing the so I think he's going to screw it out, but it doesn't guarantee. It's never going to work, that. So I don't know if this skill shot's on. If the red that's over the pocket was on the other jaw, the skill shot would be a whole lot easier. But because the red is on the near jaw, the room for error on this is next to zero, and he's played that very, very, very well indeed. That is a very good shot, Dan. Quite impressed by that. Well done. And that's good cueing once again. So he's got one more tester here. Just needs to be mindful of his white ball. Doesn't flick off the red and graze it off the red into the middle. That would be disaster. I think he's just going to hit it full. And he's rolled it in. Rolled it in dead weight. That's nice cueing. You can always have a tendency to hit them hard if you're feeling a bit of pressure. See a lot of players under pressure and they hit the ball a bit firmer because they're trying to get through the white better. I've done it myself in the past. You just hit that ball harder because you want to make sure that you keep the cue online and you don't twitch one. But he's cued that in nicely, and he's looking good for his money at the moment at 6-3 up. You could quite easily put this to bed now if you can get one of them consistent breaks. Let's see how he breaks these now. See if he plays the same shot with topspin, or if he does it again. I would guess it's something that he's definitely been working on. Yeah, well, he's done the same. He's got the topspin on because you've seen it arc once again, but what's happened there obviously is he's not hit the front ball flush. And when you play with topspin and you don't hit it flush, it just arcs to the left or the right every time, obviously. And you get a lot of in-offs in the middle pockets that way. You've seen it a lot. So Damien gets a chance, and it's a good chance. I think it's got to be yellows for me. All these yellows go. They all have pockets. 2 yellows on the right hand side are not really an issue. I don't really know what's going on here, but why would he play this one? He's trying to play that yellow out. Okay, right, that's fine. I like that. He's tied them up. Give himself a little bit of security if it was to go wrong. Again, I'm not saying it's wrong way or right way, but for me personally, when I play, I don't really, unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't really look for them shots. I don't really think, I'll just put that there just in case. I think it can be a little bit of a negative mindset, that, when you're just like, right, I'll put that there, and if I do make a mistake, there's something to sort out. I get why people do it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but for me personally, I don't really look at them shots. I just look at the shot to develop my balls and just go game. So he's looking at I think he's looking at the plant now. It's worth taking because he's got the yellow next to the red, so he can just sort of stun it in or screw back slightly, and he'll be on the yellow to the left middle. But in doing that, he's just got to be mindful of the yellow that he's hitting, so it doesn't run away from the pocket, because it's not quite straight into the pocket, so the yellow could run loose there. So yeah, I think that's why he's changed his mind. But if he doesn't get down to the bottom part of the table and play the one that's over the pocket first, he's going to have to play the plant anyway. So why would he have not played it then when he had more balls on the table? So he might try and get down to the bottom part of the table now to get rid of that yellow over the pocket. Nope. So he's on the plant now. But you can play it with now he's nice and close to it, he can play it with a little bit more control, and he doesn't have to hit it so firm to get the reaction out of the white. So he can play this a lot slower now, and he can leave himself on the yellow to the middle next, or possibly top left corner, and he won't lose the yellow that he's hitting first here onto the plant. Well, I can't believe he's playing this one now. Why would you cannon a ball? This is the wrong shot. It's the wrong shot for me. He's played it well, but it's For me, that's the wrong shot. Whenever you're cannoning into balls, anything can happen. Anything can go wrong. So, even though this is over the pockets, just got to drift this in, make sure it doesn't go too high because he needs to be playing over onto the yeah, and that's the problem. He's got to leave this a little bit thinner now because he's not got the correct angle. So he can only really leave it where the yellow is now. He can't really do much with it because he can't top forward because the black's there, and he's just got the wrong angle. He can't get up the table from here. So he's got to leave this thin, and then by leaving it thin means he's got to pot this second yellow off the side cushion and come past the black for the same pocket, which requires a little bit of side, and when you're playing it thin with a bit of side, anything can happen. So can he top it through here? He's like winding it up. Yeah, still left it quite thin. So he's going away from his work now, whereas before if he'd played the plant then played the one in the middle and then the one to the corner, everything was tight knit and in behind everything. So this does go, but he's just got a little bit to do now. Bit of side, come back past it for the black in the same pocket, but the red will be in his eye there. He's probably only got 3/4 of a pocket there. And he's nailed it, so he's kept himself in the game. Good shot, Damien. It wouldn't have been the way that I'd gone, but he got there in the end. But like I say, we all see things differently. I think he could have took them out a little bit, just a little bit more clinical then, and he just wouldn't have had that white getting away from him slightly. But he got there, and that's all that matters. He's kept himself in the game. So it's 6-4 to Burgess. Let's see how Damien can do with his break now. He hit an awful one before, went in off, managed to pop 3 balls off it, but it was still a bad break by his standards. So it's interesting to see he's cutting from the side rail. He's gone second ball now, he's gone for the cut break. And he's got a lovely split on them. He should be over the moon with them. He could take either colour here. Probably with the way that the yellow at the top end of the table is separated from the others, he may go reds, but there's not much in it here. Could go yellows quite easily. It's just that yellow's a little bit fiddly to sort of connect to the rest and get on the black really. So he's just checking now on the reds. Reds link up a little bit better. Yeah. So you can get a good position here. Right, so he's on the red above the black. Just needs to find one good shot here. If he can get a one good shot and keep his white tight, should be no reason why he gets out here. Played a lot of side there. So he needs to hope this red past the black goes into the middle, I think. If that one goes, he's good, but if not, he's got a shot to play. I don't think it goes. I think it's a bit too tight, so he's looking at this one bottom left. So he's got to cue this one in, make sure he doesn't go in off in the right centre. Yeah, played that very nicely. Now he's got a decent angle now. So he's got to play a little stun shot now, back out towards the blue spot, just short of the blue spot for me. Leave yourself on one of these 2 reds to the top left, top right, where he's playing this red now. Get on one of them 2 next. Doesn't matter which one really. It's a little delicate screw. Yeah. So that just opens this up nicely through now. I think both of these balls both go to the left middle. So just a little run towards the side cushion. Leave himself on either reds really, but the bottom red ideally, because then he could just roll that in and then have a roll in on the red above it. So yeah, he's not got much to do here. He's thinking about it though. So I mean, he could take the middle of the three reds and just play a little screw out for the red into the right middle, go that way, but that's a little delicate sort of soft screw shot, stun shot. For me, it's the right hand one of the three, and he can't. I'm sure he can just roll this in towards the rail. It looks like he's stunning out though. That's not bad. Yeah, that was always a shot for me. And I think he's just straight enough now. He can literally just stun this in. Just leave it. Literally the white 2 inches to the right of the red is now. Just stun it in straight. Oh, he's just gone a little. He's okay. He looks quite close on the stream, but I'm looking at it live out the window, and he's got a little bit more gap than what you think there. So he can just run this off the side rail and play the black in the same pocket. Yeah. So again, another good finish. One that he would be fully expecting to get, but again, you've got to get them. And Burgess is being asked the question now: can you break and clear to get yourself into the semi-finals? If you're not, Damien's got a chance to draw level if you give him a chance. And it's never a nice position to be in when you're leading in a match comfortably, and then all of a sudden your lead gets eaten away, and you got your opponent on your coattails, and then all of a sudden you find yourself level, scrapping around in a final frame decider. So Burgess will be praying to the pool gods now that he can get a ball off his break. Let's see how he hits these. See if he can hit these nice and flush. Get that good connection on the front ball. That's better, hit them nicer. Still a little bit off, but not too. He was a lot better than the last one that he hit, and he's been rewarded with a very, very good split. So initial thoughts was yellows. Got a slight issue on reds, that there's a couple of reds near rails that are near the middle pockets, which is never really a nice position for him. So if he could play, if he's brave enough to play the yellow that's on the headstring line into the left middle, I think that's the way to go. I think we'll be playing this one, but he's got to top it slightly, I think, on and off the rail. So he's got to inject a little bit of pace maybe, just to get it off the cushion. Yeah, he's played it nicely. So now he's off and running. He's got a straight yellow now. So his attention really should be turning to the yellow that's next to the right middle pocket now. Obviously it's near the middle pocket, but it's a little bit fiddly to get on. So he needs to play some sort of little cannon. He's too straight on this yellow now to the corner. So he needs to manufacture an angle, very, very sharpish. And he's got an angle now. So I would suggest he needs to play this bottom yellow. He can't come off the side cushion, I don't think, because the red's slightly in the way. So he's got to check this with right hand side off the top cushion. So he'll probably be hitting the cushion just about where his double S is on his Burgess, and then he wants to go up in a straight line towards the red that's next to his yellow. So he wants to play this with quite a bit of running check side, even right hand side. The trick to these is you don't want to hit them hard, because you want the side to take off the cushion, and the harder you hit it, the less it takes. So he needs to play it smooth. Yeah, he's just not got it. Yeah, he just didn't get enough side on it for me. You've seen the white ball not really spinning. It wasn't really spinning with the side on. He had a minute bit on, which wasn't enough, obviously, because he's hit the yellow. He didn't want to hit the yellow, he wanted to hit the red. So these mistakes are starting to creep in now at the nitty gritty stage of this match, and Damien will be absolutely delighted with this, because it doesn't even pass the red up the rail to the top right pocket. So he's got a bit of an issue now as Burgess. I mean, he could be hyper aggressive and pop this yellow top right, screw off the side cushion and try and get into it. It is on, but you've got to be mindful, you've got to cue it well. Alright, okay. He must think that, I don't know, what's he thinking here? Well, I think he's played bottom left, but he's overdone it slightly. So with this cloth you can manipulate it. He's got to cue it well, but it will bite, so he can get over there nicely. Probably wants to flick the red, which in turn will flick the yellow and put it over the middle. And he's just, yeah, he's hit too much of the red. If he hit underneath the red, it meant it would have flicked onto the yellow and put it near the middle pocket. So Damien has another chance. And it's not ideal, don't get me wrong, but with where the yellow is now, he sort of, you know, he can work his way into this frame. He doesn't have to go game right away. You know, if you can find a good snooker somewhere. It's not really easy to get a snooker from where he is, with the position of the yellows and where his reds are. Obviously he's got 5 reds that are near cushion, so that doesn't make it easy for snookers. But if you can find a decent spot for the white, ideally keeping him away from the yellow which is on the cushion, really. He doesn't want to be able to let him see the one that's on the cushion. Yeah, don't mind this. Yeah, I don't mind that. You know, even if he's left him the one that's over the pocket, from the position he's left him in, Burge is struggling because he's near the cushion. He can't manipulate the white, so this is high tariff to get this ball out of there. Yeah, there's not much. Yeah, there wasn't much going on in that shot for me. So Damien played the right shot, keeping that tied up. So he's just got to hope that Burgess don't get lucky here, which he's not. And he's managed to bring a few balls out for Damien there, which he'll be thankful of. So here's his chance now. He's, you know, again, he doesn't really have to go, but I would certainly be potting this red over the bottom right corner. It's not really, you know, they say, oh, leave balls over pockets. You know, you don't have to pot balls over pockets, but in this situation, I'd certainly be potting the, yeah, because unless he can get this off the top rail from here, yeah, that's good. That's not bad. He was confident enough to play that one in the middle and bring that out. It's not really landed that nice for him. He's got a plant on it, but ideally, now he's got the red over the pocket, he wants to play a cannon on that red on the right hand side cushion at some point, whilst he's still got that there now if he's going game. So I'm probably going to have to play another plant here. And it's just, if he can get past the first red though, that might help him. I think he looks like he's just queuing past it. Yeah. Right, so now he has to play this thin, pot the red a little bit thin off the top cushion. Just flick this red over the middle, because the red goes past the other red to the top right corner. The red that's on the line will pass the other red that's in the top end of the table. So it's, you know, if you can just clip this in, run it off the top cushion, just bump that red out, leave pretty much the white where the red is on the left cushion. The red will then pass the other red to the top right pocket. So he just needs a controlled little cannon here, and there's no reason why he shouldn't win. So it's just a little bit of top spin, touch of left hand side, not much, just a touch. Oh dear, that's awful. Oh dear, Damien. That's not what he's played for me, I don't know. You had the perfect angle there, Damien. He's put himself under pressure now when there was no need to. I mean, for me now, he shouldn't even be taking this on from the position he's in now. There's no need to. He should just run in behind this. He's taking this on though. It's a big shot. This big shot could spit out this if he's this firm. Yeah, it was never in though, Damien. He's turned away from the table in disgust, like it was in, but he hit the cushion a long way up the table there. And if them were going in, there's something wrong. I mean, I was playing at the Ultimate Pool this weekend, and some of them balls are ridiculous how they go in, but he's playing a little bit tighter than them. It's the way it should be, really. And that ball was never in, so Burgess gets his chance. Now, can he find a big double here to the top right corner and seal this match? Nope. So this is absolutely a gilt-edged opportunity for Damien now. And again, I don't know why he's looking at the table. I don't know. See, for me, that just screams negativity, playing this shot. I mean, I know he's got the yellow in that end of the table, but this just, the way he's going about it, just tells me that he's not confident in where he's putting the white ball. You've got two balls over the bottom pocket there to get good position on them balls at the top, and you can't really fail. So he's putting himself under pressure here for no real reason. I mean, he's got a plant now, but you know, this could end up on the bottom rail, or anything can happen here. It shouldn't do. Should be plumb. That's plumb. So he's got there in the end. Wouldn't have been the way that I'd have gone about it, but we all see it differently. And I suppose when you're under a bit of pressure, you know, you're 6-5 down, maybe you just want to take it in a way that you feel is safety first, really. So, you know, maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but I still think you've got to play the game the right way. Whether you're under pressure or not, really, you've still got to play the right shots. So, anyway, got there in the end, and we're going to a decider. And it's going to be Damien to break. Not been quite consistent with his breaks. He's had a couple that have been decent. So Burgess, you know, might be thinking to himself, I'm still another chance here, but Burgess is going to be under pressure now because he's had a few opportunities and he's wasted them. And when you keep making mistakes to get over the line, and like I said to you before, if it ends up 6-0 and you scratching around in the decider, the mind can play funny tricks on you. You end up making silly errors. So he's going to be feeling it a little bit now. So the handshake comes in. I think Damien's got a break cue, so I could be wrong about what I said about his playing cue. I think he might have a break cue there, I'm not too sure. It looks quite thin though. Still looks very thin. Right, anyway, here we go. So he's going for the cut break again. This worked well for him last time, and it's worked well this time. He's got a ball and he's got a very good split, and for me, he's going to have to be reds. He's going to have to be reds, and if the red goes next to the yellow into this bottom left pocket, he's got a very good opportunity. It will go in the middle if you remove the other red, but I think it does go. I think the red below the yellow goes as well. So this is a perfect opportunity. So he's got to go red to the top left pocket first. Get rid of that one, get that one out of the way. That needs to go first. No good leaving that up there. And if he's got any issues that he needs to sort out on this bottom end of the table, I would suggest doing it quickly, because you have to sort out your bad balls as fast as possible. So It has to be reds. He's looking at it like it doesn't go, so if he has an issue with it, like I say, he needs to address it fast. The easiest way to do it would be to get below the red, the top red of the three together, get below that to the middle pocket, but I think the other red's in the way, so he could be below that red, pop that red to the right middle, and then just roll into the yellow and open the other red up. He could do it from the top side, but it's a little bit trickier because he needs to be a bit straighter to just flick the yellow and bring the red out. So it's definitely going to take reds. It's just how he addresses this slight issue at the bottom end of the table. And like I say, he needs to address it quickly. Whatever he does, he can't afford to leave it till late in the frame for me. Well, he's looking at yellows. If he takes yellows, I'll be absolutely astounded. He's a bit undecided on what he's doing. I mean, obviously it's a big frame, deciding frame, I get it. So now he's looking at that angle that I said before. He needs to be quite straight on that. That he can pop that red and then dislodge them two. Just get a bit of daylight between them two balls so they go. So he's either got to land quite straight on it and nudge the yellow, or get below it. But he needs to remove that red on the right hand side. So he's putting a lot of thought into this. So yeah, he's taking the right ball here for me. It's all about one good positional shot. I don't know about that one, but right, okay. Seems to get quite a lot of side on the ball, Damien. Obviously he's got that very small tip. It seems to be like load it up with quite a lot of side. And I can't imagine. See, I can't. He's took all that time over that for me. Over the first shot. I think he's got his first shot wrong. I can't imagine for 1 minute he's tried to cannon into the black. But then, instead of rerouting, he's took all that time over the first shot, got it wrong, and then instead of rerouting and thinking, right, I'm not in position, I need to play it differently, he's just got down and played it straight away, like he wanted to tell Burge that he was in position and that's where he wanted to be. And I'm pretty sure that was nowhere near where he wanted to be. So I think that was sort of like a little bit of him saying basically, you know, I am where I want to be, basically. But he's had a little bit of fortune, really, because I don't think he's really left much for Burge to go at. I'm not sure if he can clip this over the corner. I think Burge is looking at playing this off the yellow in the middle. A big shot. Yeah, big shot now. So Damien gets a reprieve. He's either got a plan or he's got a couple of little fiddly cuts. I would suggest that he's going to play the cut to the bottom right corner here. Yeah, I think that's the one that I'd be taking. If you can come past the yellow and get into the just below the middle pocket, you'll have a red to the same pocket you play in this one, and then you're off and running. He has got the plan, but that's a little bit thin on the first ball. It's not dead set, so he'd have to clip that thin. And he's also got a cut to the bottom left, but that again is thin. And the white ball's running about, you need good control on that. So for me, I will be playing this one on the right hand side. But again, he might be thinking I can cut this one past the yellow and cover the pocket if I miss, which isn't a bad option. Also with the plant, the same thing. So he's looking at ways that, you know, if he was to miss, he's a possibility of keeping himself in the frame, basically. He might lose this red to the side cushion here, like that. So, you know, he solved the problem, but you know, okay, it's not really a problem on a side cushion, but it's not ideally where you want the balls to be. And he's pushed that red on now in a position where it went into the middle before. Now it only goes long to the corners. So, you know, he solved one little problem, but he's made two really, because he's got one on the cushion and one that doesn't go in the middle anymore. So there's a little bit of mileage left in this frame for me yet, I think. Damien's got a few shots to play here, I think. It's not an ideal situation, this, because these two reds that are next to the black ideally should be his last two balls, and obviously if you can get rid of them two reds that are on the side cushion next to the middle pocket, them two link up well, and that's why he's taking this one. And he's going to play it obviously because if he misses he can cover the pocket. So that's it, the jaw, not quite gone. So it's not too bad, he was on the one to the middle, but not really an angle to get over to them reds. So he's give Burgess a chance, but he has covered this bottom left pocket, which makes things a little bit fiddly. I expect Burgess to attack because he's quite attacking. But also he could cover a pocket, but if he covers a pocket he could be leaving a double on the black at the end possibly. So does he back himself to get these? He needs to play a good positional shot to the bottom left at some point. So I expect him to go. It's whether or not he can get there. Yeah, I think he's sort of half-heartedly maybe played the cover there, sort of thinking, well, if it does cover I'm sort of happy, if it goes then I'll go. So now he's committed, he's going now. So again, needs to find an angle. For me it needs to be soon or at the very end, so it needs to go probably within the next three balls. So he's got he could nip this one in the middle and come down, maybe play a skill shot, but it's a little bit thin. He's looking at it, yeah, but he's looking at this one to the corner. See, I don't like that because it just opens up the frame so much for Damien if he does that early. He could play this one into the middle now, the right hand middle. He's got the angle. And he could screw it off a side rail and try and kick it out, or he could play it plain ball and try and run into the red. It's all about control on the white, speed of the white ball as well is a factor. So he's playing this one into the left middle. So he's got a more of a controlled angle now, but he's left it a little bit straight, but he has got an angle. But again, yeah, it's a big shot this, but he's got a decent angle, so he's backing himself. And he's sort of stunned it a little bit. He's not. He should have aimed a little bit higher on the white ball there, just to narrow the line slightly. So he's put himself under pressure now as Burgess. It's a big shot. Is it too big to cut in and run up and down? Do you just back yourself? White's just going to naturally run up and down the middle of the table. So, you know, there's not really any chance of him, you know, hitting any other balls really. So does he just back himself and say, right, no, he's going to try and get position again. So he's going to have to drop this in, run towards the head string line again. Don't want to go too far. Or too less. He's just hit a bit thick really, that's why he's landed there. But he has got an angle again. So this sort of shot requires you just dig a little bit low. You don't really have to screw this. You just need to aim a little bit thicker on the yellow and just play it with right hand side, and it'll just bend into it and just float over. You don't have to hit it hard. Yeah, he's played that really nice. That's lovely. What a good shot. So now he just needs to pot this. It depends whether he wants to get greedy and get close. But he's a decent potter as Burgess, so I expect him to just leave this black a little bit more. He's going to guarantee himself a shot really, as opposed to just yeah, that's what I expected. He could have played it with a bit of side and got a bit straighter, but in doing that you leave yourself open to snookering yourself basically. So yeah, I like that. He's just give himself a shot, which is always the correct thing to do if you're not 100% sure. So now he just needs to back himself. If he hits this at a right pace, he can graze the cushion, it'll still go in, but he can't over hit it. That's plumb. And he gives it the big one. Well done to Danny Burgess. Good win that. He played quite well. They both played well. I just think Damien he could have been a little bit more aggressive for me. Maybe he could have got over the line, but he done well to take it to a deciding frame from the position he was in. So good win for Burgess though, and looks like the main man at these events at the moment. So good luck to him in the semis, and I'll speak to you soon. So here we have the second semi-final. We've got James Peoples taking on Josh Guy. James Peoples just come through an absolute grueler with the Preston Warstore Ian Smith. Just won that 7-6. Took quite a while, but here we are. We're in the semis. First semi's already been played. I think Danny Burgess won that. So here we are, second semi. Josh is away. Decent chance here. Just needs a decent positional shot here just to get out from behind these yellows. And that's not it. But he's had a little bit of luck because he's on the red to the middle. He's also got the red to the corner. Player preference on which one he takes here, I suppose. He's had a little touch there really, because that could have gone a lot more wrong than it has. So decent pot here, probably going to screw out off one cushion. Out it comes. Played it pretty well. He's only got the red to the middle and he's a little bit thin on it. Can't really hold for the red to the corner, so he's coming round to have a look to see if this red passes, and it looks very, very, very tight to me. It does pass the yellow to the top left corner, so he could drop it in and land below the red and take it along to the top left. If he doesn't want to manipulate the white ball too much. But it looks like he's loading up here a little bit. Looks a bit thin to me. So needs to be careful here, Josh, because these yellows are all open for James if he gets a chance. So he can clip it in and he can run around the back, but the yellow to the right of the black plays big for that shot, because he could end up running up towards the black and snooking himself if he plays it plain ball. So he needs to be careful, but obviously he needs to get up quite high to be able to cut the ball in, and James is doing a bit of talking to him at the moment. So here we go. Can he land on it? And that's what it's called. He's tried to manipulate the white, tried to make the white ball work, but like I said, he needed to get high enough up to be able to cut it in, but the yellow played big. So barring some sort of kick shot off the cushion off the yellow and in, it's looking like James is going to get a chance. Josh's best bet is to try and get the red over the pocket, but the problem with that is that it's too easy for James to snooker him in that position. So he's coming this way, trying to clip it thin. Wow, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. So it didn't go direct, but it went off the cushion as a double. Josh is looking now to see if he can pot this clean, and by his body language, I would suggest it's very tight, but it looks like he's playing it plain ball. Oh, he's played the double and he's missed it, and he's left James a chance. James has banged the table as if he's annoyed with where it's landed, but to be fair, he's lucky that he's at the table and they're all open. He just needs to take care here. Just leave oh, and he's missed the first ball. James. Hey, what? So they both start on 1 because of the category 3 players. So Josh takes a 2-1 lead, I believe, but the scores have not been updated for some reason. So it is currently 2-1 to Josh. James will be ruining that missed chance then. That was a good opportunity to take a lead there early doors. Sometimes that can set the tone for the match there. If you make an early mistake, it can sort of play on your mind a little bit, so you'll have to try and forget about that one. See if we can get a decent break here. Give himself a decent opportunity to get parity. He wants a nice clean front ball break here, nice and flush. Keep holding that white ball. Don't let it run loose. He's just hit just off, and that's why I nearly potted his white ball in the middle pocket. And he's offered up a chance to Josh. I'll probably say by the layout of the balls he's going to have to take yellows, because he's not really got an opening red. So it's all about the yellow, which is next to the right hand middle pocket that doesn't pass the red. So he's going to have to negotiate that somehow. I think he's probably going to start with this plant to the bottom corner. He could play off one cushion and try and go into it, but he brings the middle pocket into play with that, so he probably won't play that. Just get his colour set first. And now he can go to work on trying to find an angle for that yellow to bring it out. There's not really many balls to go into it really. He's got this one to the middle. Wanted a little bit more angle there, and possibly could have just screwed past the edge of the red into the red, but he hasn't got that available to him. He's got the one top left, but he's pushing the yellow towards the middle pocket that way, so he'd have to hit it with a lot of pace to get it out, otherwise it's just going to stick to the reds on the side cushion, unless he can hit the red and leave the yellow there. No, he's played up there, and that's not the most ideal situation. You can just see Josh running in behind this now. No good trying to keep chasing finishes when they're not really there. You should just really trickle in behind this yellow and say to James, no, he's still going. And that's the problem when you've got one ball on the table that don't go and you keep trying to find angles to bring it out. You're just digging yourself hole after hole after hole, because you're just stuck in there. You need to address these bad balls as early as possible, and if you can't, you need to hold back sometimes and say, well, okay, I'll find another chance later on in the frame. But he's still going. He's digging himself deeper and deeper. All comes down to a little bit of luck now for me, because he's got to pot this ball, find an angle on the one over the left pocket to get into it. Not only has he got to get into it, he's got to push it into a potable position, and he certainly won't be doing it from there. You can't impart any side or spin on the cue ball, so he can't really get up the table. So he's got to hold back now and just leave it over the pocket, and he's potted it. Here we go. Hold on to your hats. Hitting up, coming up. Got to come top cushion, side cushion. Hit it hard. No. Just played it soft. He wasn't really going to benefit anything from that, really. Even if he hits it, he's still going to keep James in control. I know James has got that tight red on the side cushion, on the draw of the middle pocket, but now he can bring that out, and once he brings that out, he's not really got much to do. So James should be moving the ball here, yep. Bringing this red out, which is on the side cushion, and then his next port of call should be getting down to this red on the bottom rail as soon as possible. He's played another, well, it's not too bad, he's on the ball that he's moved. So he just needs to work his way around these now. Like I say, get on this red at the bottom rail as soon as possible now, because that's your only real, well, it's not a hard ball, but it's the hardest ball left in the clearance. I always like to try and map my way around my hardest balls as soon as possible. Sometimes you can't do it, but if you can do it, it's the best way to do it. Yeah, so he's going to play this one now. He just wants to leave a nice little angle where he can just float this up past the black after he's potted this red. So he wants to be about 2 or 3 inches off the cushion, just behind the red. Yeah, that's nice. A little bit high, but that's alright. So he just wants to float up past the black now. I would say to go to the left side of the black. Just to the left of the black. Just a trace of right hand side. Not a lot, just a little smidgen. Just so you miss the black. That's lovely. That'll do him. That's nice. And now they just link up well. He's got stun, stun, stun. So it's just about cueing the balls in nice now, hitting them well. Well, he's going this way. It's a little bit surprising because the straight ball to the top left seems the shot for me, but he's got the white moving again, but he's played it really nice. Some people like playing shots like that. Some player preference, I suppose, but that's nice enough. Just needs to just nip this slightly because I think he's just straight enough that he can just nip it back a little bit. Just needs to cue it nice. Yeah, played that really well. That was a nice shot, that. Got hold of the white really good. Didn't hit it hard. Just let the white ball do the work. So you just drift down now. James, what is he doing? What is going on here? He's just got to roll it in. James, what? I think that's 10 pints deep shot, that. Unfortunately, he's had a few drinks today. He's currently talking to the crowd at the moment. Trying to explain what's happened. He could play a bit of a trick shot here. He could play this black to the bottom rail, spin the white off the side cushion and try and knock it towards the pocket. If he can get it over the pocket, he's still a big favourite in the frame. He needs to try and get this over the pocket somehow, because if he can, he's still a big favourite with where the yellow is. But I mean, he could still just flick off it and try and play a snooker, which is probably the most controlled option, obviously. But he needs to leave this black available. Right, that's good. Don't mind that. It's still a tough pot, and you know Josh might get it, but it was imperative there that he got the black near the pocket just to put the pressure on. Because if he'd rattled it and left it up the cushion or along the top rail, then Josh can just play this with sort of in or over the pocket and say, well, there you go, you're not getting that. So this puts the pressure on Josh. Got to cue this well. No, near Joe. So James is going to get back level. Second bite of the cherry, really. He's a little bit fortunate, but played the right shot after playing the bad shot. So he's back in it at 2 frames over. It's a race to 7. So still a long way to go. The winner will be playing Danny Burgess in the final. And the chances that James has had, I mean, he should be 2 ahead by now with what's really happened. So Josh, oh no, I was just about to say Josh is not at his best. He's a very good player, very good local player. He's won a few tournaments and money matches and stuff like that, but you don't see that often. A break off like that, a total miscue. And I was just about to say that he's probably feeling it a little bit, and I don't know if James is just putting him under it a little bit. He's talking to him and stuff. It's not really the norm for a tournament sort of environment. So yeah, he might just be feeling it a little bit. And James has got himself a fabulous opportunity here. I mean, he could take either set, but I think with the layout and the fact that can't really pot a yellow. Now he's going to have to take reds, so reds will be the ball. And I think he's got to take the red to the middle, but he's cutting this one back and he's running into balls. I mean, I know he's trying to open the black out. It's a good shot. It's a good shot. Just for me, I know everybody sees it different, but just for me, if a ball goes, then I like to try and land on it. I don't like to cannon into balls. If a black's got a pocket, for instance, there, it went to the bottom right, I just don't see any reason to cannon into a ball. I know it's open now and it's still a good shot, but for me, when you're cannoning into balls, things can go wrong. So less ball movement on the table and back yourself to get on these balls. Good position. See again, look, he's played another cannon there and now it's gone wrong. So he's scratching around a bit now and all these yellows are open. So he needs to find an hiding spot for these yellows, because if he doesn't, Josh is going to have a very good opportunity to take the lead again. Yeah, he's looking over in the corner, but if he puts it in the corner, he's still going to leave a long one. It's just down to him and how he sees it. I mean, if he plays it over there, he's still going to leave a shot on, regardless. He's decided against it. I think he's trying to swerve around this and pot it. Yeah, he's hit the ball. He needs a flick there. Oh, he's had a little touch. He's had a little touch there, putting that there. That's sort of give Josh something to think about now. They were all open before, and he would have had a clear road run to the line if that red had not gone in front of the yellow. I mean, he can still get it over the pocket if he plays it off the cushion off the red, and if it doesn't go in, he'll still be in a good position. So that might be his next shot. Just drop this in. Okay, he's coming down the table. I mean, he could play this yellow off the red in the middle and open up that middle pocket for them two yellows, and he could bring out the yellow off the side cushion. There's a lot going on in that shot. There's a lot to think about, because you're not aiming at the pocket, you're aiming at the red. And if he kicks the back of the yellow, he could go in off here if he's a bit unlucky. No, but he's played it well. He's brought it out. It's a good shot. A lot going on there, like I said. To play it off the red. So now he's every ball's got a pocket and just good position. Should see him over the line. And he's missed trying to hold. He's missed the ball trying to hold for this ball at the bottom end. That's what's happened there. He's took his eye off the pot. So James, I mean, for me, he's got to play it. For me, he's got to play this top right now. This could be game ball. It's a confident shot to play. This will tell you how James is feeling. If he takes the one top right, he's got a little angle he can just stun out, and then he can take on them three at the top and just take them out. If he goes about it another way, which he can do, you know, it still gives Josh a little bit to think about with where the balls are. So, you know, if James does miss, they still all goal, but if he does move that red and misses it, they become a lot easier. So, it might be the reason why he's going this way. At the moment, it's a bit of it's gone a bit airy here. They're both missing balls that they shouldn't really be missing. The two good players, and these are balls that they should really be getting. But it has been a long day, so you know, I've been in a lot of tournaments where you're playing all day and you're waiting around, and then you get to the stream and you got some moron like me slating you, saying this and that and the other. Then, you know, I'm sat in here, so it could be a bit, you know, there's not been much commentary on today, so a bit of a moment for these boys here. I'm not sure how this table plays compared to the other tables. I'm not sure if it's any faster or quicker, really. You know, but that could make a difference as well. The cameras are on, so you know it all makes a difference. And look at this. There's no reason for him to be missing that though. That's just lack of composure there from James. I think if someone can take this by the scruff of the neck, pretty sharpish, it could be quite an easy victory for either of them, because they're feeling it at the moment, and it's only 2-all. I think if one of them could get a couple of frames lead, it could be quite difficult for the other player. But the longer it keeps going like this, then who knows who could win this. So James isn't totally snookered here, so it was a big shot to play that, because he had to hit a cushion after contact. I know he was trying to leave the red there to make an issue for Josh, but it was quite a big shot because he had to hit a rail after contact, so that's why he's hit it with pace, because it was no good just hitting the red, because he had to hit a cushion after. So he's give Josh a decent opportunity here. So, you know, all these balls go. They've become a little bit fiddly. They were a lot better before. This yellow above the left centre does go, or below the left centre should I say, does go, but you'd like to be behind it. So he's going to take this long. Right, okay. That's just, right. So he's just made another little issue. I mean, it shouldn't really be a problem, but he's cut off one pocket for himself if he has to go that way at some point. So it all comes down to the yellow near the middle pocket now for me. He needs to get on that decent. Could be his last ball, but he needs a decent little angle where he can trickle it in and get out for the black. So, and yeah, it doesn't really link up well to anything else now. It would have been alright if the red wasn't over that right pocket, because it could be his last ball and he could roll it in for the black, but he's covered that now. So putting that red there has made a slight issue for himself. So it looks like he is gonna. He was lying on the double before, and that's what he's played. So he needs to be careful with this, because he could come in narrow here and not be on this yellow. Could hit this yellow. Yeah, I thought so, and he's missed it. So James gets another opportunity, and neither of them are settled yet. This is big moments for me in this match. James is on his ball. Yeah, he can just leave. He just wants to leave a natural angle now. He's got a nice little shot where he can just. He's going to be very close to the red, so he doesn't really want to be too far off the cushion. Obviously, the closer you are to the object ball, you know, so he doesn't really want to be too far off the cushion here. He's going to be quite close to this. He's sort of studying it a bit, so it might be a little bit fiddlier than what I think, but I'm sure he could just top it in and just sort of leave maybe 4 or 5 inches between the object balls. But he's stunning it. I'm sure he's got a little bit of an angle there. He might have too much angle to hold it. That's why he's jacking up, because he wants to sort of widen the angle slightly. So yeah, he's jacking up. It's a tough shot, this, for me. He's played that really well. After the balls that he's missed before, and then to play that shot, jacking up off the cushion, that's a very good shot. Certainly after what's gone before. So now he just needs. He's got the perfect angle now, just to roll down towards the blue spot on the snooker table. Just guarantee potting the ball, James. Don't need to do anything with the white. Trace of top on it, and just bounce out off the cushion. So naturally roll down. Yeah, lovely shot. Nice shot. Now just play a confident pot on this, James. Get a nice stroke on it, push through. Yeah, that's nice. Didn't over hit it there. And James takes the lead. It's been a scrappy affair so far. So like I said before, it's 3-2 to James now. If he can somehow just keep himself together for a frame, because I'm not being funny, but he's had a few drinks, but he played some good stuff against Ian Smith before in the quarter final. You know, he was hitting the ball well, but so if he can just hold himself together here, get a good break, and possibly get 4-2 ahead, it could put the pressure on Josh. Like I said, if one of them can get a bit of daylight between the other player, it could be an easy night. So let's see what happens here. He's dodgy racked himself. He got a decent connection on him really, but he's just not racked him properly. That's down to poor racking that. James is asking for a re-rack. Do you want a re-rack? Josh has just gone, no, you're right, mate, we'll just carry on. So James is going for reds here. Just going to clatter in, see what happens. And to be honest with you, they've not come out too bad. Unfortunately, he's not really got a next shot on, but the actual layout of the balls is not too bad. It's only really the black that is half guarded by a yellow, but so it looks like he's playing a double here, which is in. So now this requires a good cueing shot. He's got to take the red past the yellow down to the bottom left corner for me. He's on the red bottom right, but there's too much traffic and it's too much that can go wrong. He can flick the yellow going off. He can come out two cushions, hit the yellow, clatter in, make him messy. In this situation here, yeah, you just got to back your cue in, pot this clean, land straight on the red to the top right. So he's slightly off of it, and he really wanted, if he wasn't going to pot it, he really wanted to get the bag really, because all these yellows go. So a good opportunity here for Josh. He can play this red yellow next to it. Right, okay, he's going for this bottom one through the gap first. See again, clattering into balls that go. See, if all the balls go, it's all about good positioning. This game is about positioning the white ball. If you get the white in the right spot, they all go. I know some players like to try and get the balls open and try and, win the frame a lot easier, but sometimes you just need to unpick them and say, well, if I get in this spot, that goes, if I get to there, that goes, but blah blah blah. So now he's chasing it now. He's got to pot this back, he's got to cut this back, he's going to cannon the black, and then anything can happen then. So he's gone from a really good position and to win the frame, or at least give himself a good chance of winning the frame. And now he's relying on a little bit of luck to see where these balls go, because these can easily go wrong. So he's going to hit the black pretty hard, I think. Yeah. There you go. So the black's gone safe. the yellow doesn't go between the two reds, I don't think. So he's now got to cover the pocket for me and get himself into a tactical battle. So he's got to snip this yellow over the bottom left corner, try and get the pocket, and then ask the question of James. He looks like he's queuing up, like he wants to pot it. Oh my god, it's mental. I'm watching. Joshua. That's never the shot, my son. James has got a decent shot now. He's got a nice little angle on this red where he can stun up, just miss the yellow. If he overhits it, he's going to flick the yellow and not hit the black though, so don't overhit it, James. Ooh. Well, he did have the angle. He could have manipulated that and got up the side cushion into that black. He's tried to screw into the yellow and leave himself on this red, but he's overhit it massively. And now these don't link up too well. Ideally, he needs to get on this red below the black next if he's got any aspirations of winning this frame at this visit, because to get out onto the black from that red that's below the black, you can't really leave that red last. It needs to be your second last ball. So I think James is still going to go for him. I think. I don't think there's no holding back because he can't really play a decent safety. But for me, he needs to get in this gap. There's a little gap between the black and the yellow. Well, it looks like he wants to play safe. I don't mind the safety, but he needs to make sure he blocks this yellow on the left-hand side. Because if he doesn't block that yellow, he's going to find himself possibly behind in the frame if Josh can get the yellow over the hole. And he's not really got a decent angle to do that, to cover that yellow on the left-hand side. So he's still looking at doing it, but he's going to do well to cover this one on the left for me. No. Yeah, he's not covered it. So Josh will just be looking to dolly this yellow over the pocket, or at the very least putting it in front of the red off the top cushion, just to keep himself in the frame at the moment. That's not covered. That is not covered. So for me, it's quite a big pocket that now. So I don't mind James playing this thin and cutting this red down past the yellow. He's going to play the plant, which is not, I'm not against that either. But he's potted them both. He's just speaking to Josh now, going, how have I done that? Well, that's always the way. So now I think he's probably got to try and screw this black out, unless he backs himself to pot it long down the rail. He can screw this out. He's got to cue it well and not hit it hard, because if he hits it hard, he's going to hit the cushion and miss the black like that. That's exactly what he's done. He needed to time it properly. He's not timed that at all, and he knows it. And he's not even really got a double on. I think he's probably got. He could probably play a treble, but it's tricky. And this is the shot that I think I would play, because if you can get it anywhere near, it gives you half a chance of leaving yourself in the frame. So he's looking at the side cushion, bottom cushion, hitting the back of the yellow, and then trying to get the black over the pocket at the very least. That's a good bold effort. That's a great shot. That's a fabulous shot. Perfectly played. If he wasn't going to pot it, that's exactly where he wanted it. It's a very good shot, James. Well done. Should be a frame winner really, barring some sort of minor miracle. Alright, Josh has got a pot on, but he's quite close to the top cushion, and it's pretty tricky to cannon the ball really, and even if he cannons it, he could pot the black. It's not looking good this here. He's going to need a lot needs to go right in this shot, so we'll see what he plays. It's a big shot, jacking up as well, raising the butt of the cue, high tariff. He's nailed it. Wow. He's given himself an opportunity. That's a great shot. Wow, we've upped the potting side of things a little bit in the last few shots. Jesus. So this will go in the middle. You can't really do much with it because it's pretty straight, and obviously it's a narrow angle, so you can't really do much with a white ball. So what do? Do you drop this in and play the cut? I think he's got to go. I mean, he could go long and screw it back to the side cushion, but I think he just wants to guarantee leaving himself a shot. So he's got two options. He either cuts this mighty fin back to the bottom left, or he plays a skill shot. And it's not a bad shot, this, if you pot it a little bit, sort of play it with a little bit of side, and it'll transfer onto the object ball, just give you a little bit of extra momentum. So I expect him to get quite close to this. Just needs to cue it well, play it with a trace of right hand side, pot it nice and thick. Oh, that was nowhere near. Nowhere near and way too hard. He's hit that way too hard. You can't hit the ball that hard and expect it to trundle through. You need to have the first ball sort of rolling towards the ball. You can't, if you hit it that hard from that close, the second ball just stuns dead. And even if he'd got that flush, the yellow probably would have just stunned dead. So a bit of inexperience there from Josh, I think. And it's costing that frame. So James is now 4-2 up in a race to 7. The semi-finals, and the winner of this match will play Danny Burgess in the final. So, not really. I think it's Josh's break next. I think. So he really needs a break condition this match, just to sort of try and settle himself down. And say, you know, and give James something to think about, because if James can win this frame as well, you know, whether that be through a mistake or from Josh, or, you know, another sort of poor frame, because the standards have not been the best so far. Both players are struggling. They are a lot better players than what they're putting on show at the moment, so, you know, they have got it in the locker, both of them, but they're not showing it at the moment. It's a bit of a slog for them, but it has been a long day. They've been here all day. James is trying to tell Josh that it's his break, and Josh thinks it's his break, so they're currently having a little bit of a James won the lag. So it is James's break if he won the lag. And James, they're on about asking me, I ain't got a clue who won the lag. They're arguing over it. Right, so they're coming to ask me and I don't know. I don't know.
Who won the lag?
I don't know who won the lag.
He tapped it, didn't he, and then gave it up.
I don't know. Did you tap it?
Tap it?
Well, I'll get it on the stream.
Why would a fucking tap? Right, you can break, mate.
Right, go on. Concentrate. Yeah. Concentrate.
Get boys on.
They're on. Right, sorry about that. We've just had both players in the comms box asking me. I didn't see the beginning of the match, so I don't actually know. Little tactics there from James, I think. He's just maybe trying to get under the skin of Josh a little bit. I reckon he probably knew, but he's just sort of, I don't know. You naughty boy, James. But anyway, Josh has come up dry. It might have worked for him, so he's got himself another opportunity. They're not ideal, you know, but it is a chance. James is going to take yellows. He wants to try and flick this yellow off the side cushion. Big first shot. He's just flicked it. He's flicked it enough that it goes if you're right behind it, but I think now he's got to play it down the cushion. He's got no other choice. He can see one over yellow, but it's no good to him. So he has to play this in or over the pocket. He'd still be in a good position. If he can get this over the pocket, he'd still be favourite for the frame for me. So in or over with this one, James. I actually don't mind him just putting it over the pocket, but I'm sure he's going to try and pot it. Yeah, don't want it to rattle out. Yeah, so that's not ideal, but he wanted it tight over the pocket just to block both of them reds off. So one of them reds will still go. So it makes a bit of a difference, that, really, because it gives him an option at the bottom end of the table. Yeah, that's what I mean. If he blocks that off and that red don't go, it makes a big difference in the frame. But Josh has got an out. Alright, it requires a double. That's if he leaves the layout as it is and doesn't move anything. Then he will have a double on that ball. So he has got a chance, but wow, what a score, yeah. Jesus. He's just cued right across it. He's not even hit the ball that's over the pocket. That's how bad he's hit that. So this is an ideal situation for James now. I won't even move this ball. He just wants to pop this one up the rail. And then he can either go, well, yeah. No, in fact, yeah, that's the right shot. In fact, probably, yeah, bringing this one out. And then he can play this yellow that's on the side cushion down past the yellow. Ideally, he doesn't want to hit the yellow that's near the pocket because it'll push it onto the cushion. But he's got it there as a little bit of backup. So he'll still want to try and pot this next one clean. Wow. What's James done there? Alright, he can still get through to it. Good job that yellow is near the pocket now, because it's this ball he's going to have to play now. So he's going to have to play the one down the cushion now. Chances are he will flick that yellow, because it'll be a good shot not to flick it from where he's landed. But they're still in a good position. So dolly this down. Nice steady pace. Oh, he played that really well. Played that well. So it's all about keeping the white on a good string now. Not leaving funny little angles, not leaving yourself silly sort of shots. Yeah. So for me, he wants to check this up now, run inside the yellow up the left hand side, get on the yellow in the middle. And it just becomes easy. Anywhere just past the middle pocket. So bit of right hand side here. Run inside the yellow. Yeah, that's it. Lovely. Slightly short, but not too bad. It's just probably 3 inches short of perfect, but he can settle for that. Just a delicate little shot here. And now he just wants to back himself with this long straight yellow. And these are the type of shots that you can be missed when you're 10 pints deep. At whatever time it is, 9 PM. So just cue through this, James. Nice and smooth. Lovely. Yeah. Nice little routine he's got there. He's still stepping into the shot, which is good to see. Played it off the red for good measure, just in case. He said it's a big bag there, he didn't care. I'm pretty sure he didn't mean to play it off that, but it doesn't really matter. Anyway, it's 5-2 to James, and as I said, Mystic Meg here, I thought if someone could get a lead, it could become tricky for the other player. And looking at that last shot from Josh, that free ball plant he tried, he was a mile away with it, to be fair. And little things like that can snowball in your head, and you can think to yourself, oh, it's not my day, blah blah blah. But one frame, one shot even sometimes can turn it around. So Josh still has to be positive. You know, he can quite easily get back into this game, but he needs a few chances from James now. So I don't think there's been a break in clearance yet in this game. So Josh probably going to get a chance in this frame, unless they come out unmissable for James, because I don't think James is playing at his absolute best. Well, no, he's not. He's not playing at his best, because I've seen him play at his best. But he's hit them well, and he's got another decent split. He's only got to play one cannoneer on yellows for me. He's going to have to play this yellow up the cushion first, I think. Going to have to back himself here. And yellows are the ball. This is the proper shot. It's risky, but it is the right shot. So you have to pot this, and then you play the yellow over the O next. It's a good shot from James. So now it's a removal. So you can either play it controlled, remove the red, or you clatter in like that, and you see what happens. And he's made a plan. So they're still all on here. He's just got a long ball that he needs to pot to the bottom right corner and negotiate these 4 yellows, because they do all go. It's just about leaving a good position on them. So took a risk there. Could have played it a lot more controlled, but he's just gone in with pace and sort of said, well, I'll just see what happens. Sometimes you have to do that, you haven't got a choice, but other times you can sort of play it a little bit more delicate. So he's still studying it. He's only got one shot, I think. I think he's got to play this one long. He's got no choice. But he's got to be mindful of the middle pocket here. You don't get a flick off any sort of ball going off. And he's played it with that much side that he's almost doubled it in the corner. And he's played it with side because he didn't want to go anywhere near like the middle pocket. It would have been unlucky to go in off in the middle, but it certainly had an opportunity or a chance to. So I think he's left a gap. There's 2 gaps. I think he can get through to the yellow in the middle and the yellow over the bottom corner. So that's a poor shot again from Josh. Oh. Well, I think that was a bit rash from James, but he's handed the opportunity to Josh, and this is just what he was looking for, because at 5-2 he really can't afford to go 6-2 down. So for Josh, this is a massive frame. He needs to get these. I think if he was to go 6-2, I can't really see any way back for him, just because of the way that he's playing at the moment. It's not to say he couldn't win, but the way that he's playing, he's just, there's a few too many errors from him at the moment. So if he could just grind his way back into it, could have half a chance. So these link up well now. He's in a good position here. He can just stun this in, screw it back slightly, and then he's going to have a pot to the middle where he can run down to the bottom cushion, get on the one in the bottom left, and then he's got a straight red to the middle, which will leave him the black to the top right corner. So these are not too bad. Just needs good position. Wants to be straight or just off straight on this. Either way will do him. Just doesn't want any big angles, and that is a big angle. So this has just become fiddly. He's either got to play a double, or he's got a thin nippings. He's playing the double, which he's got. And now he's landed straight on the bottom rail, and this is all because he didn't play good position on the bottom cushion. But he's still in a good chance. He can screw out, leave himself that shot to either corner pocket at the top. Yeah, but he's left it a little bit, just ran it a little bit far. It's still makeable, but it's missable now. And he's looking at it off in the middle, but I think the yellow's slightly in the way for that. It'd be very unlucky to go in off. Once it out round the yellow and went in. Yeah, there it is. Well, that's exactly what Josh needed there, because, like I say, 6-2 was a bit of a mountain to climb for him, I think. So, and it's his break now. Well, James has just played a bit of a slack shot there, I think. I think he had 2 balls that he could have gone for, and he's just sort of, maybe not rushed it, but I don't think he really studied it that much. So he's just let Josh off the hook there. If Josh can get a good break here, he could be back in business. And they've split well, and he's made a couple of balls. Well, he's got a chance. He's got 1 shot to play. I think he might be able to play a second shot, maybe. He just needs to get a bump on the red ideally, or on the one at the top. Either ball doesn't really matter, but he wants to leave the one over that's near the right middle, because that'll be a decent ball to connect up once he goes into it. So yeah, he wants a nice little angle here. If he can stun this in, he'll just leave it. Alright, okay. Well, does it go? If it goes, doesn't look like it goes, but the way he's played that suggests that maybe it does. It looks like he's deep screwing into the red, possibly. No. He looks away in disgust. So I think he's got to play it off the back of the red now, off the cushion, off the back of the red. A bit like what James done before with the black, getting it over the pocket. If you can get it over the pocket, he keeps himself in the frame and gives James something to think about. So he's playing the right shot from the position he's in. But he's executed it very, very poor. And that's been the story of the day. Well, in this match for Josh. He's a little bit frustrated. So I think if this red doesn't pass the yellow, which is very, very tight indeed, I think I would just be covering this bottom pocket, because of where the red is on the left hand side at the moment. I think I would just, yeah, he's going to play it. It'd be unlucky to pot this. It only just goes. Oh, he's managed to pot it. Sod's law. So he's got a plan. He can play a similar shot, either pot it or cover the bag. And if he covers the pocket, he's still in control of the frame. So he has to play the plant for me. He's looking at this one up past the black, but it looks, I think you can just get through to it, but the positional side of things won't be very good, and it's a very big pocket playing it this way, so there's a good chance of him potting it and not really being on a ball. I like the plant. I like playing the plant because I think you got more chance of covering the pocket. Well, he's played a plant. What the plant I was suggesting, but then it's gone. He's trying to mess things up. He says, "We know what you're trying to do, James, but I mean, for me now, with the position of the red that's in near the left hand cushion at the bottom here, he needs to get a little bit of control in the frame. The red will pass the yellow, or at least he can get the red in front of the yellow. So I would be trying to nip this red at the top end of the table back past the yellow and getting it over the pocket, because he's still going. He's decelerated there, but he's had a bit of a touch, because he's not left Josh a very easy pot. The cut along the top rail is very thin and very missable, so it's not the worst outcome for James. He's tried to obviously double the red, and he's a little bit close to it, and he's just decelerated on it. He's not pushed through the white ball, so he's just lost power on it. So Josh I don't think he's cutting it in. He's just playing safe off it. Don't want to flick it. Oh, just hit it. He's just hit it. So there's too much angle for James to pot this red and go into the red. He's going above it. So again, he's playing a double. Confident. This needs to go. It's wide. So now Josh has the chance. He's going to have to play the yellow on the top cushion and then get on the yellow into the middle pocket. Depending on the angle, he'll probably got the table for the one at the top next. Well, he's quite straight, so he'll probably play the one at the bottom now. And then get himself up onto the top cushion. So he wants to leave, just run this through, probably 5 inches. Yeah, that's okay. Just would like to be a tad straighter, but now he's scratching his head because he could quite easily go towards these reds here. That's his poor positional shot really. It's along there. He just wanted to be, straight or just off straight, so he could just screw straight back up the table. And now he's having to cue one now, properly cue it. Yeah, he's managed to nip it just enough. Just enough. You can't, if you've got a poor, an old cloth or anything like that, you probably wouldn't be able to play that shot because it would just throw wide. But these cloths are quite new and they're very good cloths. So he's managed to get the white to grip enough, get it to bite, pull it away from them 2 reds. So all of a sudden, for being 5-2, it's now 5-4 and Josh is straight back in this match. So James has broke at 5-4. He's managed to get a ball. He's got himself at the table. He's got a tricky little plant here to get himself on yellows, which he's managed to do. Oh, he's had an absolute result. What a result that is. And these yellows all go. They've all got a pocket. It's all about good position now. It's all about good position. These could be very easy, or they could end up very, very difficult very quickly. And it all depends how James plays these next couple of shots. Oh, he's had a little flick there. Right, so I think this yellow does go past the black to the bottom right hand pocket. So if he can pot this yellow to the bottom right, come around the back of the red, up towards the middle pocket, he's got the angle. Just needs to come off the top cushion. Just a trace of right hand side, just to miss the red. Don't want to pull it too wide. Just a trace, just to miss the red. Middle of the side cushion with a white, and then up towards the angle to be on both balls. Really, he wants to be sort of a foot in from the middle pocket would be ideal, and he would be on both balls. He's got the angle there. He just needs to control the cue ball. He's got to play this bottom yellow, bottom right, and come round the back of the red. I watched James before and he tends to put a little bit too much side on things. He just needs a trace, so when it hits the bottom cushion, it just throws it a little bit wider, and then all it'll do, the white will just track up towards the middle of the side cushion and then out into, towards the middle of the table. Okay, it's come inside. That's it. Yeah, that works. That's pretty much where I suggested. He's gone a fraction too far. He would have loved to have been straight, but yeah, he's played it all right. He played it with the other side, which is fine. Played it fine if that's what he wants to do. But he's just overran it slightly, so now he's got a natural shot where he can just track down towards the black. But if he over-hits it, he could snooker himself. If he under-hits it, and that's what's happened there. He's under-hit it because he was scared of snookering himself. And he's straight down on the double in disgust. This needs to go. And it's not there. And Josh had a chance to get back to 5-all. Yeah, and he's just under-hit that there. Like I said, he's under-hit it because he was scared of snookering himself. You know, in a way, good to leave it short because you still have a shot. He still had a double to win the frame. You know, rather than going underneath the black and leaving himself snookered, I suppose. But yeah, that's the reason he's done that. Bit disappointing for James here because these are easy for Josh. It's just good close control here. There's not really much to do. And obviously, winning the last couple of frames will just get Josh's tail up now. You know, and it's not a nice position to be in for James when you've been ahead. But in saying that, he was in wow, that nearly popped out, and he's not left this ideal really. He's got to play a queuing shot now. He's got to take the ones to the right for me. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, he's had a touch there because this could have been a lot harder. He's took the wrong ball there for me. He should have gone the other way. But he's got away with it to an extent. Feeling it a little bit now, Josh. He's potted it. Decelerated slightly, I think, but it's good enough. And he's punched that one in. Didn't decelerate then. So from 5-2, like I was going to say before, James was in the same position in his quarter-final against Ian Smith from Preston. James was 5-2 up. Ian got back to 5-all, and then James managed to pull away at the end. So he's not a stranger to these situations. He's James. He's been here before in his last match. So, but it's certainly not a nice position to be in. Not nice to be ahead and then get pegged back. So let's see how James copes with this now. Josh seems a little bit more perky now, walking around the table, smiling, laughing. He was smiling and laughing at 5-2 and all that. Oh, that's a good break. Got a bit of top spin on. But a chance for James. And again, this was very similar. I watched the match, James against Ian Smith. And this is sort of like a carbon copy of that. 5-all, James had a chance, messed up, and Ian messed up. So, all these balls go. They've all got a pocket again. Big first shot. I think he wants to play this one top right, but he's worried that he won't be able to get out. He wants to try and nip it past the... Wow, okay. Has he left that to the middle? If he's left that to the middle, that's poor. If this goes in the middle pocket, it's a poor shot from James. Could cost him his frame. Yeah, and he did leave it. So, attention turns now to the yellow, its bottom end on the right hand side cushion. It does go. He could even take it now. Play it down over the pocket, in or over, it goes in, he's away. But he's going to leave it till a little bit later in the frame. So he needs to get good position on it really. Well, it will. it will go from sort of anywhere 2/3 left hand side of the table. So it's not, you know, it's not a major issue, but it's probably the only issue he's sort of got in this frame really. So it's all on this shot for me. Yeah, he's looking at where he wants to be now. The thing is, we're playing it now. If he plays it now, he's just got to put a little bit of work on the white ball, because the natural line will take him towards the yellow. And where's he going here? Where has he gone there? James is shouting perfect, but he's got a chance here. He can hit the red, leave himself on the yellow straight. So he wants to make sure he hits the top side of this red. Oh, he's double kissed it. Needed to hit the top side of that, bring the red out of the way, leave the white in the middle pocket. So being a very good opportunity there, Josh has let it slip. He needs to find something, and it's tricky. It's really tricky. He's looking at a double off the red in the middle. Could possibly treble it if he was to miss it. Could quite easily treble, I suppose. The white ball's running round, could go in off here, off the red. No. And he's left the yellow dead. So this is a perfect opportunity for James. James is holding his hands up like he's, you know, it's unjust, like what's going on? But he's got himself back to the table. You can't moan when you're back at the table, James. You just got to take what you're given and work with it. I think he can get through past the black to the one over the pocket, but he don't seem to have looked at it. And he's brought that one out. So the only shot Josh has got now, he's got a double to, well, it might go through the gap. It's pretty tight, but I think he's a bit low on that, so he's going to have to go top right, double. With the yellow, he's going to have to go top right. Inner over will do him. He's a bit wide. Good effort. Now James has got sort of a free go now, because he can just roll this red in the middle. And if he gets pretty straight on the red down the rail, right, okay, don't mind him playing this one, but yeah, if you're going to play that, James, you need to get the red over the pocket. Bit lax that. If you're going to play the snooker like that, you've got to get the red over the pocket. He gives you even more guarantees with the black, but he's left the black open there. Just little things like that. You know, if Josh had got out of that snooker, potted it, he would have had a shot of the black. You know, it's just all these little things that make the difference. You know, James could play the yellow onto the red here, just waste this shot, put the yellow dead. I said before about it, but in certain situations, it's too easy. It's too easy not to do it. And he's not played the best shot there, so he's going to have to play another little cannon, I think. Yeah, he's played a good shot there. I think the one straight up, yeah, I think that's the shot for me, James. Shouldn't really be missing it. It's a little dab shot. You're guaranteed to have a snooker. If they all go in, if like this goes in, yeah, that was the right shot. Correct shot that. Nothing could go wrong there. So now it's just about bringing this, potting this one bottom right, getting out past the black. This is the only thing that could go wrong now. Yeah. And that's it. So James is going to get himself back ahead at a crucial time, barring some freak occurrence. Oh my God. That's a crazy way to play it, but he's got there just. Why he's just not soft screwed it off the side rail, I don't know, but he's got there. Done some travelling with this white ball. Wow, he's laughing to himself. Yeah, unbelievable, Jeff, he says. Concentrate on this black, James. In she goes. So that's 6-5. He gives it the little fist bump. He's back, the kid. So it's James's break now. That was a big frame, that. Josh looked like he was getting his tail up at one point. And just that one little error there, the positional shot, where he just ran it a little bit wide off the top cushion. Should have been a lot more narrow on that yellow down the rail. And give James that chance to get back in the lead, and he's taken it. So it's currently 6-5 to James. He's not changed the scoreboard yet. Semi-final. Winner to play Danny Burgess in the final. If James can get a good split here, he could be home and hosed. Got a lot of screw on the white, and wouldn't you know it, when you need a ball you don't get one. But they're not absolute roll-ins. They're there, they are there, but requires a couple of half decent shots here, not least the first one, because he needs to screw this back, get out of that area, so needs to cue this one well, and he's not. So now James has a great chance. Should be taking the red to the top right corner now next to the yellow, pushing the yellow to the cushion. And then he can figure out a way of, oh, wow, what, this surprises me. Okay, that's a good shot. Brave that for me. Wouldn't have been the shot that I'd have played when you've not got a colour assigned, especially with that red over that corner pocket. Big shot that, nicely played. Shows a bit of confidence that for me. So now he's got a great chance. It's all about picking your route out. He's going to play the plant next. Could probably do with both of these going in. If both of these go in, it becomes quite easy. I know it's just, yeah, it's alright, but it's just become a little bit more fiddly now. You can see how easy it would have been if they'd both gone in. He would have had rolling and then just a little screw shot for the black in the bottom left. But now he's got a little bit of work to do. You don't want to trundle this through and leave himself hampered by the yellow like that. Because if he can get, he needs to get past the other to the top left. If he can, he's got to play that now. But it's a little bit fiddly getting out of there because that yellow plays big. He needs to. Yeah. Oh, he's fouled. He's hit the yellow with his cue. Oh, James. Oh, James. Oh no. Wow. Well then. Josh is looking at putting the red safe. And again, like I said it before, it was easy with the one James had because he had a ball on the cushion. But in this situation here, I think you just got to back yourself to take him out. I know you want it safe. I get that. But sometimes that mindset can, you know, play on your mind a little bit. Oh, get that safe. You don't get it safe, blah blah. But anyway, he should be getting these. I don't know why he's not run through slightly there for the yellow at the top. He's left a big angle here. Ooh. Just scraped in. But not much to go wrong now. surprising me if he takes this one. Yeah. The one to the middle's a shot, Josh. Doing more work with the white ball now. More travelling. And now he's straight on that. He's down quickly though, so he's going to screw out past the yellow towards the black. And this is just, yeah. He's gone a strange way about these for me. If he dropped that one in the middle, he just would have had these 3 yellows at the bottom. And the white ball's just doing mileage. James has stood up, trying to put a bit of pressure on him. Safely in. Well, he would probably want to spin this round 2 cushions for black in the opposite corner pocket. No, it's come round off 1, that's alright. Played that well. Yeah, we're going 6-all. So, needless to say, big break from Josh needed, and a big break got from Josh. But, like I always say, a little bit of work. And, although they look tricky, with a couple of decent positional shots, these balls could open up quite easily. The red next to the black does go. So it's all about good position. He's got a couple of reds here that he can get on and play them good positional shots. So they're all there for Josh here. I think he probably just wants to play one little cannon. The 3 reds together. The right one does go. So he probably look for a nice little angle just to flick into the other 2. Just to open them up. Just to open them up. So he's played a poor shot. He's played a poor shot. He's tried to leave that, but obviously the red's run up and smothered the other red. So now he's got an issue. He's gone from all the balls going, or sort of being in good positions, to fiddly. And if James can get control of this this top right hand corner pocket, could quite easily become very difficult for Josh. So what can he manufacture here? I think he's looking at smashing this red off the second red, off the 3rd red towards the corner. This is, these balls are going everywhere. So James with a chance. He's got a chance. They're not easy, and the black doesn't go, but I don't think he should be going game here. I think he needs to cover this bottom pocket, because anything can happen in this game. For me, he plays the straight yellow to the corner, gets on this yellow at the bottom of the table, and just covers this pocket, because both this red and black will go in there. He's left a shot, I think. He's left a shot. Alright, you don't want to get rid of your balls, you don't want to take balls off the table when you're in a tactical battle, but he needed to get some control in the frame. He needed to give Josh something to do. And now Josh has got a chance. It's a wrong shot from James, that. It only takes a decent positional shot to get on that red next to the black, and it should be over. Yeah, and that's what he's looking at. If James covers that pocket, he's got work to do. And he's let him off the hook. So, but he's just running away with this. Oh, he can just get through, yeah. You play the one over the pocket. I'm thinking he might play the punt, but so he could go right corner, left corner, leave it straight to the middle, and then just run down for the red next to the black to guarantee a shot. You're not guaranteed. Yeah, no, I don't mind. Josh is like sort of top of the table, but he can leave a shot now, so he only has to leave it straight to the right middle, or just off straight. Yeah, that's what he's looking at, and then you can pick that line. Then there you go. So he didn't want to go this way, but it was more of a guaranteed way because you were always going to guarantee leaving the angle going this way. You're always going to leave yourself a shot at this last red. So a bit fortunate really that he's sort of landed on this sort of shot. Oh, and he's overdone it. He's overdone it. Wow. Now it's become tricky. Now it's become tricky. You might have to play it long. But he's going to leave distance playing it long. Yeah. Going to be a bit more distance now. So he's got it, but he's further away than what he wanted to be. He wanted to be another 3 feet closer than this. James is doing his best to put him off. Oh, James. Granite. He's played a good shot there, but he's flicked the yellow and he's left it tricky. It's a very thin cut, or it's a double. The cut sort of can keep you in the game if you rattle it, like I said a few times. If you get it over the pocket, you're still in the game. If you go for the double and miss it, you're probably lost, but I think he's going for a double. He's got it. Give it the big one. Well done, Josh. Done well there. James, unlucky. But you had your chances, buddy.